Whether flying through space, stopping in mechs, or spending time with community and friends, Father Bill spreads good news, good vibes, and good times. You are invited now to join the stream with Father Bill.
Greetings all and welcome. My name is Father Bill. I am a Roman Catholic priest and a streamer. Thanks for joining. Today, SpaceX will be launching the Starship Heavy for its integrated flight test number 4. Why it does that, I'll never know. Okay. Yesterday, I was down for Weird Wednesday, but unfortunately, we lost power last night, and I didn't have a chance to do except for one match. But I'm on my fleet carrier, which I jumped back from the Weird Wednesday site, so it's time to get back to doing BGS work and hopefully economic ops. We'll have to see exactly where things left off. I'm going to take the Mars back, and then we'll get to doing. And let's see here. Strider, Senhaf, good to see you. Lev, good to see you. That is... gotta get chat working. Thank you. Okay, 7:50 my time. They're slotting the launch. So we'll do some BGS work until that comes up.
And you're clear. Flight control signing off.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Good question, Lev. Apparently, there's going to be a release trailer at the IGN Summer Game Show. So if you haven't been watching for it, there's going to be a gameplay release trailer with the date of release. I suspect we'll find that out later today, or whenever that trailer rolls. I suspect we'll find out how much it's going to cost. At least this time they aren't going to the Epic route. At least I hope they aren't. Yeah, I think since they got picked up by EG7, the company Piranha Games got bought by EG7, that they were getting support for launches, unlike when they were an independent publisher.
Scan detected.
And let's switch to Sister Sarah first. Let's see what the political situation is. Good, we got 2 days up on ours. Yeah, those two wars are really taking the possibility of good missions out of this system. Lupardo, welcome. And what Lev says is correct. This is a sandbox game. You get to make your own agenda. For me, I'm a trader, combat pilot, and a politician. And in situations like this, where a system where I use missions to mine credits, right now there are 2 wars underway in this system, and to get rid of those wars is a goal so we can get decent contracts again. So that's what I'm working on right now. But normally I'd be back at our home system working on building up our faction there. It's both. You can play it PvE or PvP. There's open, private group, and solo. So you can play it any way you want. Yep, you can. Drunk Deathclaw, welcome. Didn't know Deathclaws could get drunk. I'm guessing that's a nod to what's the name of that game? Fallout? Drunk Deathclaw? Ah. See, I've never played Fallout for a whole bunch of reasons, but I'm fascinated by the Fallout lore. That's how I know what Deathclaws are. Good morning, McLean. So I took off the morning, and last night, after almost 2 weeks, I finally got a good night's sleep. Waking up was a challenge this morning, but I think I finally got a good night's sleep. I suspect a lot of the cues are coming from that, Leopardo. Interesting, McLean. Didn't know that. I did not know that this was, you know, obviously I did not play the original Elite or Elite Frontiers. I only came to the Elite universe back in 2014, where I started watching streamers playing the game. I didn't start playing the game until really mid 2018. Hey, Ditopia, welcome. Fearful Ed, good morning. I really need to look up that ZX Specky. I've heard about it for years, but I didn't even know about it till I met a player named a stream community member named ZX Specky. Hey, Carl. Audio boot. Now that I don't know. Ah. So the very first beep codes. Understood. My stream PC is a little bulky when it gets started, and it gives me a couple of beep codes before it loads into BIOS. For some reason, the computer loses its XMP program or XMP profile, and I have to go back into the BIOS to reinitialize it. NECAs, you're absolutely correct. That's how I know my stream PC is having an issue when I reboot it. Very cool, McLean. BBC Micro is called the Beeb, huh? They were smart people back then. And if not for the bean counters, I think most companies would have ports like that. But the minute bean counters get involved, and that, I mean, no offense to anybody who is a bean counter, but I have seen great ideas ground into the dust.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah. That might be very true there. Now, there are some games, though, where the bean counters need to step in to curb feature creep. I'm looking at you, Star Citizen. Yeah, they're fairly easy to target with that. Maybe I don't know enough about Eve, but the way I understand it, it's fairly fully developed before they initiate something new. I mean, it's a full game. Which is one of the reasons I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole, Carl. I'm OCD enough that that would be problematic. Dan, good to see you. Welcome back. It is still a go. Launch time is in an hour and 30 minutes. Right now. So they've got the T0 at 7:50 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 1 hour and 20 minutes. And the people I'm monitoring the Starship launch is saying that the OLM and one other vent are underway, which means they're loading propellant. Yeah, you know, I know of game theory, but not for video games. I know game theory from, I can't say I ever took a course in it, but I had descriptions of it because of my military history. That games theory is an important part of military studies for officers, high-level officers. Yeah, watch me do a blessing for all the Helldivers before they go up against the automatons or the Terminids.
Delacey, Tierra, India, Sierra, please submit a request to Starcom before docking. And enjoy your stay, Commander.
I was a military historian, Marcus. I wanted to serve in the military, but I never made it for a whole bunch of reasons. But I always wanted to be in the military. I just never could make it happen.
Continue on this vector. Approach is good.
Yeah, I was actually nominated, not appointed. I was nominated to the United States Air Force Academy out of high school, but I was never appointed. I didn't meet the criteria in that regard.
Incoming message.
All the cargo I have left on board. Hey, Starship, good to see you.
Be wary of traffic.
Yeah, apparently a component in our power delivery network went kaboom. And they had to get a new unit from St. Louis before power could come back up. Thankfully, it was on the electric company's side, not our equipment.
Incoming mission critical message.
Yep, they successfully got it off the ground, Marcus.
Three, two, one.
So you'll be in a place
Critical message.
in depending on which version you take, if you take the on ship start point or on foot start point, you'll be able to stay in a system where you can steal things from NPCs. Stealing from players, you're going to want to wait a little while until you get a ship that's capable of fighting players, because the initial ships really aren't set up that way.
If you're gonna try to dodge, it's best to dodge out of the way.
Hey, Jimmy. Thank you for that resub, 69 months. Good timing, too, Jimmy. The bot has an interesting way of telling things. Right now, I've got it set up as though it's a newscaster. In the vein of, what was his name? Murrow. R. Edwin Murrow. From the Second World War. It is, Jimmy. I'm glad I found it. It's quite enjoyable for me. Never quite sure what it's going to say. And as I mentioned, right now it's doing a newscaster's voice, and I can switch it to whatever type of voice I want. Well, any number of a dozen different voices. Yeah, that's why I turned off the poetic mode and turned on newscaster. Hour and 10 minutes to the SpaceX launch, according to the current timeline. Hour and 10 minutes. No, I've never done that. Part of the reason is because the system resources are so far apart from one another. But now with Scotty Drive, it might be doable.
Delay seat Sierra India. Sierra, Falcon welcomes you to Alliance territory. Fly safely while in and around the starport. Access granted. Make your way to landing pad or 5.
About what time your time, Jimmy? Yeah, I picked that up from another streamer, a guy named Orange Phoenix. He calls it the Scotty Drive. Or was it Stargoid who told me that? I think it's a good nickname. Well, I will definitely keep you in my prayers.
500 meters to touchdown. Contact. Commence system shutdown.
So, Leopardo, I was in a PvP match last night. And we had 15 people there, maybe 20. Enough that they needed a bot to do matchmaking. And let me see what population is this morning on the Steam client. And at this hour, that'll tell you how many folks are on. About 2,000 on this time of day. Hey, Nikki, good to see you.
Ship restraints disengaged. Allow for oncoming traffic in the access corridor.
I think it's 32, but I can't say that for certain, McLean. I know that they've done coordinated jumps with up to 30 people. So my guess would be it is still 32.
Scan detected.
All clear. Darkon signing off. Illegal transaction detected in gate F3. Locking it down. Security, can you intercept something in the package?
3, 2, 1. Incoming mission critical message.
Yeah, if you include all the folks on the Steam client and on the Steam, Epic, and Frontier, I could see it being quadrupled. So I don't know if I said it or not, but if I didn't, they're go for prop load on the IFT-4 launch. So it still looks like it's on track for a 7:50 launch time. Yep, you're right. They sure did. And they will start broadcasting at 7:10. When that happens, I'll bring up a small window.
Warning. Frame shift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning. Temperature critical.
Understood, McLean. Good luck. I wish you the best. I hope you have an enjoyable set of matches. So for about 2 weeks, I was out of a medication I normally take every day. And it's, you know, an as-needed medication. But I found that it's something that I kind of rely on to keep things on an even keel. But my prescription ran out about 3 weeks ago. And I went ahead and ordered its refill, which I knew my doctor had set up a refill for it. Then the pharmacy contacted me, said she put down she did a refill for 0 pills. What? So I contacted my doctor, then contacted the insurance company again, then contacted the doctor again. Finally, yesterday, I was able to get a 1-month supply. And for the first time in almost 3 weeks, I finally got a good night's sleep. Which is why I slept straight through my alarm this morning. But one of the side effects of that medication is it just dries you out. Which is a minor complication to have, but it is a complication. I'm always cautious coming to this station. Back in the day when I had loads and loads of conflicts in 78 Ursae, I got into bad form with the people that controlled this station. And after the war had finished, I thought, well, let's just go back to trading like normal. And I brought over a trade contract and then got blown up by the station because I was hostile with the faction that owned it. That was not good. I was pulling in, just doing my normal thing and wondering, why did I just get blown up? Because I had request docking. Well, I didn't pay attention to the messages. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, for me, I've got quite a, because of my heart and some other issues that I deal with, I've got a small pharmacy I take, it seems like, every morning. And there was a lot of trial and
The Mets are on the
error
field, which means it's game time.
early on. Hey, Emma, good to see you. Welcome on in, and hope you had a good stream. Thanks for bringing over your folks. Hey, Zan, good to see you. Emma, did you ever get your USB thing figured out? I hope. You and Super Chicken?
3, 2, 1. Incoming mission critical message. Warning. Frame shift drive operating beyond safety limits.
And if you're just getting here, folks, very shortly, SpaceX will be launching its Starship Super Heavy for its integrated flight test number 4. I'm monitoring it in the background. When they get closer to launch, I'll bring up a window so we can all watch it together.
Welcome to the stream. Comstar now
Good.
has
I'm
all
glad
of
it's
your personal
becoming rare.
information.
King Inzala, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, Senor Cuervo. Well, what they say on the SpaceX site is that excitement is guaranteed. Hey, Bucephalus, good to see you. Welcome. Well, they'll be mining for water anyway. Not this particular launch, but eventually they'll be mining for water, which supposedly is under the pole in under the South Pole on the moon. Welcome back, folks. Sorry about that ad. Thanks for sticking around. Hey, Step Tryhard, good morning to you. Welcome. Understood, Emma. Thanks for bringing over your folks. Have a great one, and see you another day. And folks, make sure if you were here before she got here, throw Emma a follow. I fully understand, Emma. Normally I wouldn't be on this time of day, but I actually took the morning off. So normally I'd be running at this point. But because of the super heavy launch that's happening today, I thought, let's take off the morning and then I can stream later and maybe even stream the launch. Repellent load is underway. Oops.
Four, three, two, one.
Now you can hit the button.
Sierra, India. Sierra, submit a request before docking and enjoy your visit, Commander. Access granted. Make your way to landing pad 18.
This looks like an industrial.
Restrict speed to 100.
Let me check a couple things before we make the next jump.
Allow for increased traffic flow in the sector.
They're still planning to start their broadcast at 7:10 my time.
Perimeter. Have a safe journey, Commander.
We'll get to our next station that should have begun. Starship now has a frost ring, which means they're filling up the tanks on the Starship Super Heavy.
Sierra, India, Sierra. A landing pad has been reserved for your arrival. The Alliance welcomes you, Commander. Request approved. Prep for arrival on landing pad 30.
Alignment indicator. Which are you talking? The little white thing? The white dot there? You talking the left-hand screen? Basically, if you're talking the little box in the corner there, it tells me where my landing site is, or it tells me which direction I'm headed to in system or out of system. It's what allows me to know I'm on course.
Blocking landing pads is in breach of flight regulations, Commander. Move along.
Why do I do that? Oh, yeah. So you can fly around such that you get to the front door. I'll show you with my next entry.
Touchdown. Clear
You
to
see if
go.
SpaceX has gotten its stream spun up. Okay, I'll let that indicator stay up there. Let me buy what I need to get from here. No, I thought I was on the right landing zone. I've done that more times than I can count. I guess I was thinking I was in a large pad ship. I don't know.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Ship released. Observe speed restrictions when passing through the airlock.
Understood, Halo? Thanks for dropping in during your lunchtime. I hope the day goes well, and I appreciate you being here.
Clear of the station perimeter. We look forward to your return, Commander.
Three, two, one.
So, little Dave, as you can see, the station is pointed away from my nose. But as I maneuver around, I can put my nose on the nose of the station and
Impulse attack. Trajectory disruption. Target shields offline. Temperature critical. Taking new damage. Under attack. Incoming mission critical message. Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed. Cargo scoop retracted.
You still can if you've got a fuel scoop, Leopardo. You still can. Most often, guys, it's called a boop.
4, 3, 2.
But I appreciate the information there. That's stuff I did not know. That was the first of 4 pirates. Let's see if the next one makes it here.
Under attack. destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed.
Yeah, stop tryharding. If you take a mining contract, you can get up to 9 anacondas or FDLs after you. And that is incredibly frustrating in my experience.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So you got to be careful when you take those mining contracts, because sometimes they will end up being you'll have a lot of folks after you, so to speak.
Warning. Temperature critical. Under attack. Warning. Impulse attack. Trajectory disruption.
What is it with the fighters?
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage. Under attack. Incoming mission critical message. Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed.
Yeah, I forget what they are. One is corrosive with high capacity. Or high capacity with corrosive, it should be. And this one is overcharged with drag. I didn't know I had one with drag.
Four, three, two, one.
You know, that's interesting, Zand. I hadn't noticed that, but sometimes it's that way and sometimes it's not. Shield cell banks, at least this was my experience in the past, if they had shield cell banks, they generally didn't get fighters. Now, if they have chaff, then they had a chance of having fighters. But this guy had chaff, shield cell banks, and fighters, the last three. That's new behavior. Oh, absolutely. The Type 9 is a pain to maneuver in Super Cruise. No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of, little Dave.
Lacey, Sierra, India, Sierra. Starcom welcomes you to this facility, Commander. We'll put a landing pad on hold for your arrival. Access granted. Head directly to docking bay 30. Please restrict your speed while in and around this facility. Contact confirmation. Clear for system shutdown.
Turn in our missions. Let me check a couple things here. Got 17 minutes till their scheduled launch time. We got time to do a couple more missions.
Ship coupling disengaged. Your way is clear to depart.
Sure. Now remember, stop try harding.
Scan detected.
Yeah.
Incoming mission critical message.
If you see a pirate mission, if you get a pirate warning, ditch the mission. Then you lose the people after you. But you've got to make sure you drop the right one. Hey, Bucky. Good to see you. Welcome. The SpaceX launch looks like it's going to happen in about 16 minutes.
3, 2, 1. Incoming mission critical message. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Interesting.
Incoming mission critical message.
Thanks for that resub there, Bucky.
If you're gonna try to dodge, it's best to dodge out of the way.
What, Big Panda? I'm with you on that, Jimmy. I can't imagine why it would be. I mean, I'm a fan, but so are millions of people across the world. I'm gonna have to check out that link. Let me turn in this mission real quick.
Incoming message. Incoming mission critical message. Warning. Freight shift drive upgrade beyond safety limits.
Morden, good to see you. Sure does. We're about 12 minutes, I think. I'm going to double check when I get landed here. We might go to full screen on the launch prep. Yep,
Commander.
as soon as I get landed, turn in this mission, we're going to go full screen on the SpaceX launch. Hey Nate, good to see you.
You are not authorized to access this area. Leave the station confines at once. Access granted. Make your way to landing pad 4-5. Ship is down. Pad restraints engaged.
Okay. This. Now.
At T-minus 10 seconds. Any issue after that would be an automatic scrub for the day, as teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks, as well as the lock storage tanks at the tank farm before making another attempt. So
we'll
as
watch
Dan
this for the
mentioned
next few
earlier,
minutes.
We are not planning to hold at the optional T-minus 40
Big Panda,
mark.
I would use NASA space flights.
That moment basically is what would allow
they're,
teams
I've
to
asked for
wait
permission to
final
use it,
checkouts,
and they've never
or
replied to
assess
me.
prop levels or avionics, vehicle pressurization.
So unfortunately, I can't use their
The
sources.
range, the weather. Weather is 95% go, as you can see from these incredible drone views that we have and pad cams. It is a beautiful day. Of course, we have some clouds billowing from the locks there.
Yeah, and again, a reminder that the payload for this mission is data, and our primary goal is to get ship through the extreme heat of reentry today. We're very excited to see that. We did get very close on Flight 3, so I'm excited to see how these iterations that we've made to the vehicle will help improve our chances of success today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just as a reminder for the booster, now we are not attempting to recover any hardware today, both either on ship or booster. For the booster, we will be attempting to perform a landing burn to have a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. We made some improvements from our Flight 3 learnings, so hopefully that will work and we'll see a successful soft splashdown. For the ship, we're hoping to demonstrate controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, and that will be followed by splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That is the same target as we had on Flight 3, so everything should look pretty similar in that regard. And we just heard the call out there that all prop load is closed out, so at this point, there is like 10 million pounds of propellant on board Starship, which is incredible.
This is getting very exciting. We are just about 2 minutes away from T0.
And as Jesse just said, we are under 2 minutes away. So prop load is complete. All the fill drain lines into ship.
That's the feed I'm getting from
closed.
X.
Right now we're doing the pushback, so clearing out all those ground lines of propellant, and that'll be completed over the next couple of seconds. We're coming up on that T-minus 40 mark. Again, not planning to hold. If we do, or if we get a hold after we pass it, we can snap back to that T-minus 40, and then we can stay there for about 30 minutes or so if any other issues crop up. Once we pass T minus 40, a lot of things happen, both on the vehicle and the ground. It's running a lot of its own self-checkouts, venting different tanks and pressure lines throughout the vehicle. We essentially built that 40 seconds as that's about how much time it takes for the vehicle to take all of those actions, which is why we hold there. But all of that happens automated. You do a final checkout of the TVC, the thrust vector control, how we're going to steer. And then we see liftoff. So we're under a minute away. "45 seconds and counting.
Good event game at.
All right, now as we close in, we are past the 40-second mark. So let's listen in. Flight Director Ty Huntington's going to take us through one more time for a Starship liftoff.
No, little Dave. It's an uncrewed ship.
T-minus 15.
All they're going after is data to make sure they design the ship correctly.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We have liftoff.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
All right, 30 seconds into flight. The rumbles are still building here in the Raptor's nest. We're seeing 32 out of 33 engines lit on the Super Heavy right now. Coming up shortly is going to be Max Q, that maximum aerodynamic pressure as we go uphill on the vehicle.
Max Q.
All right, we just passed through Max Q, so we're going to continue on up. We still have about a minute and 30 seconds until we get to stage separation. Starship now flying faster than the speed of sound. All right, so you got a couple of views. You got some ground trackers in your top camera there. You're looking down from the top of the booster in the bottom left, and then a camera in the top flap of the ship looking back in the bottom right, so getting a couple of different looks as Starship heads uphill. Once we get the hot staging, a lot of things happen all at once simultaneously. We're going to light the engines on the ship, starting with the RVACs first, and then the 3 center sea level engines before we're separated. All of that exhaust gets plumed out the side of the hot stage, and then the ship will separate itself. All but the 3 center engines on the booster are going to shut down, so the booster never stops its thrust while we go through this hot stage maneuver. After that, the booster is going to do its flip, start heading back, and then the ship will be on its own power on its way to space. So that should be coming up in just about 30 seconds from now. As of right now, still looking in like 32 out of 33 Raptors lit on the booster. And we'll start to see those stagger down. They're going to turn off in banks, so you'll see the lights on the bottom left screen of the engines that are active start to turn off in different groups, and you'll see those 3 center ones lit.
Booster engine cut off. Ship ignition. Stage separation confirmed.
Boost back burn start up.
Acquisition of Houston.
Hot stage confirmed. Ship under its own power. Booster boosting back. Looks like all 13 are lit. Kate, we got a booster on the way back to the Gulf and a ship on the way to space.
Acquisition signal. Stennis.
Ship chamber pressures are nominal.
Starship, power and telemetry nominal.
All right, the first stage currently performing the boost back burn. This is expected to last a little over 1 minute. This propels the booster back toward the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see on your screen in the bottom left-hand corner, we were only using the 13 center engines from here on.
Boost back burn shut down.
Heard confirmation there of good boost back burn shutdown.
H2 tank pressures.
And they had all 13 engines this time.
Lots of excitement. So right here, this is our view of the jettisoned hot stage. As we mentioned, this is a temporary fix to help reduce the weight of the booster, the Super Heavy booster. Future iterations will have a lighter weight integrated hot stage structure that won't need to be jettisoned. Now, after we jettison that hot stage, the booster will begin to attempt its water landing in the Gulf. In the meantime, the ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, it will attempt a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn.
Gulf of Mexico,
just before
probably.
splashing down in the Indian Ocean.
If anything
But as a
survives
reminder,
re-entry.
we're not
Starship
attempting.
trajectory nominal.
Good news there. Trajectory is looking good for the ship, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. At this point in time, as you can see, we have no engines lit on the booster. It is coasting back toward the Gulf of Mexico for a water landing and ship under power of all 6 Raptor engines. There's 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptor engines that are lit, as we can see on your screen.
These views have been looking incredible. Super Heavy has been performing beautifully today. And you can hear the crowd is very excited about it. As a reminder for Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown in the water. And we are just about 30 seconds away from that landing burn expecting to begin. And an incredible view from the forward portion of the booster. This is basically on top of the Super Heavy booster where we have jettisoned that hot stage. So now we can see this incredible view of Earth as it's making its way back down to the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, the booster is using the 4 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric re-entry. And we are expecting that landing burn here. And we will be igniting 13 engines, and this is a great view. On your left-hand side is 3 views from the booster, and your right-hand side a view from the ship. And you can see those grid fins on your left-hand screen rotating and turning to guide the booster, and there's that landing burn. That landing burn just begun, and you can see the water below.
Wow.
We have splashdown. What an incredible sight. Congratulations to the SpaceX team.
Ship has entered terminal guidance.
And there are those of us in the United States who think we should have changed to metric. I'm one of those too.
Super Heavy booster. Love seeing it just tip over into the water before losing that footage. Now the next milestone is coming up in about under a minute. Ship is going to shut off its Raptor engines,
Ship engine cut off.
which we see right there.
Yeah, I
As
guess
we
so,
mentioned,
Dave.
Before, today's test flight is not an orbital flight, but rather one that demonstrates the Starship's orbital capability. So right now we are under power.
They
with
tried when
just
I was a kid in the
three
70s,
center
and
Raptor engines.
they just didn't.
Expecting those, and just there we could see that those have also successfully cut off.
Ship FDS is saved.
What an
Nominal
incredible
orbit insertion.
Oh, there's great news there. The call out we were hoping to hear. Amazing views once again from Starship. We have our second Starship in space. These live views being brought to us by Starlink, which is on board the ship. Dan, what an incredible view we have once again. So exciting. We got another ship in space.
I'm like still jumping up and down. I'm like, this whole building was going absolutely insane when we saw the booster hit the water. I mean, wow. Congrats to everybody that's just been putting in insane amounts of hours and everything to make this thing a reality. And I feel like every single time we do one of these, we're seeing something wildly new. We got to see the hot stage jettison and the booster in the water. But just to recap real quick over everything that's happened. So we lifted off at 7:50 a.m. only 9 minutes ago. How has it only been 9 minutes? 7:50 a.m. Central at 12:50 UTC. We saw 32 of the 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy make the ascent. We had successful cutoff, successful hot staging, all 6 engines on the ship, powered it all the way into a nominal orbital trajectory. And we've already been getting some live views from the ship.
Really,
on
Twitch?
board.
Folks, an ad's about to run. Sorry about that. I'll get it back as quick as I can.
Looks like we're actually getting some views from the ground still, potentially from Florida, of the ship as it's up there. That's a view from some of our tracking cameras on the ground in Florida. But the ship, we just heard successful orbital insertion, so it's right where it needs to be, and is now going to continue on its way to coast until it comes to reentry. But I mean, the booster, successful boost back burn, jettison the hot stage, and then a landing burn. It looked like we saw 12 of the 13 engines light up, and then that first ever soft splashdown in the water. So a whole lot still to come. Ship now on its way to its primary objective of entry. That's going to be coming up in just under 40 minutes from now. So a lot still to come, but wow, what a 9 minutes to start this mission off. So can't wait to see what entry's going to show us, but that launch was incredible. Back over to you, Jesse and Kate.
Wow. I am still trying to catch my breath here. That was some incredible views that we have never seen before. It has been nonstop since liftoff, and with the booster having completed its job for the day, we're going to take a short break for about the next 28 minutes, and we'll return while we're going to take a break while the ship is continuing to coast before re-entry.
Exactly. As with Flight 3, Starlink may enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so of course nothing is certain. However, if we do have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. Views such as the one, that we had. Well, of course, because I said it, it went away. So we will try to bring those to you live.
Exactly. Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
Expected loss of signal, Key West. Expected loss signal, Cape Canaveral. Acquisition signal, Puerto Rico.
Okay, folks, let's get back into the ship. Sounds like we've got about 40 minutes until the next set of events to happen. They are.
RVAC pre-valves are open.
Yeah, it is a bit nerdy. Thank you, 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's called the Blue Danube. And if I had a docking computer on this ship, you'd hear it every time I docked. Exactly, downslide. You have to imagine what Strauss was thinking, or what he has to be thinking of his music being used as the sound of space geeks all over the universe. Well, glad you could join for it, Dave.
Expect a lost signal, Puerto Rico.
If you're gonna try to dodge, it's
Thank you
best
for
to
that
dodge
resub
out of
at
the
Tier
way.
1. Good one, Skybird. Morden, you're dancing on thin air there. Just saying. Indeed it was, Skybird. Somebody's in my parking place. Good to hear, Dark Thought. Good to hear. Well, maybe later today when I'm on doing other stuff, I can head over there and help you out. So it's HIP 21308 that I need to go to, I'm guessing. Dark Thought, Skybird's been a long-term friend. And he has legendary puns. I think that would be a unjust punishment. Dark Thought. Just saying. Although maybe I'm punting that issue down the road. I haven't implemented such a thing yet, Dark Thought. I'm not sure what I would put in there, honestly. I'll have to think about that. Oh, yeah, you know, I could probably find that. The challenge with doing stuff like that is getting stuff that is copyright free. Keep them coming, guys. I'm going to record those ideas. Groans for puns, a bonk noise, some sort of prayer that I have to stop whatever I'm doing. Interesting ideas. Pre-recorded blessings. I might be able to come up with something there. That's what I'm looking for more than is stuff that's safe for streaming. Yeah, but I don't want to be, you know, some people might... I don't want to seem snarky or let others think that it's being snarky. Because I could see how some of that might get misused, but I'll definitely think about it. You know, the groans and the bonk noise. I don't see any problem with those. I'd have to look it up. It's been a long time since I prayed in Latin, but yes, I could. while I'm sitting here, I think I'll bring my music back up while we're waiting for the things to switch over. Much as I like Blue Danube, I'll keep an ear out for it. When they come back on, we'll get back into the SpaceX viewing.
Detach sequence complete. Observe speed restrictions when passing through the airlock.
Well, you know, their rockets, at least the ones they're flying nowadays, have had so much history behind them. Until SpaceX got its Type 9, or its Type 9, until it got the Falcon 9 up to its reliability, the Atlas V was the most reliable commercial launcher in the Western world. I don't think they've ever had a failure with the Atlas V, in fact. They had a partial failure, but the satellite that they were taking to orbit, the Centaur, shut down early, and it didn't get to the exact orbit that they wanted it to get to, but the satellite had enough onboard thruster capacity and fuel capacity that they were able to get it into its geostationary orbit.
Welcome to the stream. Comstar now has all of your personal information.
JSGHGF 333. Thank you for that follow. Hey, Ben, my guy, good to see you. But the Atlas V is in its last few iterations. They no longer can produce it because the engine, the RD-180 engine that they've been using, is no longer available for a whole bunch of reasons. Now they're getting ready for the very first Vulcan launch, but it's going to take a while for it to go from a satellite launcher to a human-rated launcher. But I think that's where, after the Atlas V is finally retired, that's where commercial launches will go, commercial crew launches will go. You know, Dark Thought, I was thinking the exact same thing. That would be all sorts of ouch for ULA, though. And I don't, you know, I want all of the launch companies to be successful. Because the more launches we have across the world, the more likely we're going to be a spacefaring species. Because each launch teaches us something. Yeah, who said that? Yeah, I agree with you, Dark Thought. Competition is a good thing most times. It helps, it not helps. It requires people to innovate. Folks, ads about to drop.
3, 2, 1.
Yep, as soon as I get landed, we'll go back to full screen.
Incoming mission critical message.
Sooner if I have to deal with too many pirates. They're still playing Blue Danube. Oh no, a pirate. What am I ever to do?
Under attack. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage. Under attack. Target shields offline. Under attack. Target shields offline. Frame shift charge detected. Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed.
Okay, let me do this.
And it's the one that we're now most focused on cracking to get us closer to that full reusability. Starlink is going to be able to send us data back all the way through reentry.
Expected loss
We've done some
signal.
additional
Cargo B stock.
testing, and we're expecting to be able to get data from Starlink thanks to its high frequency and kind of the orientation and everything of Starship all the way through reentry. And then got a new view here. We have two external views. We had this one on flight through. We've got two for this one. And we're going to continue adding views as we continue to evolve Starship. Again, this is an experimental vehicle. Believe me, I want as many camera views as you all do. So huge shout out to the AVI and the software teams and everybody that's been working with us. We're getting more cameras on Starship, not just because it looks cool, but this provides an incredible insight into reentry, which is, historically a really tough window to look
Starship is
through.
approaching entry
The
interface.
physics of reentry are insanely intense. One of my favorite NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, recently described it as with the forces and the flows and the temperatures, it's like pointing at a raging river in one spot and saying, tell me exactly what's happening right there. And like that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees. So just having visual representation, just being able to see what's happening is incredibly valuable. So these views are going to be through Starlink.
Suspect that it's been faster than that,
one of the forward flaps,
but I could be wrong.
So if you see it rotating around, that's because again it's embedded in one of
with
those
the
forward flaps. So as we get through
Voyager probes being
and
extra
build up density in the atmosphere,
solar,
those
they're outside of the solar system. They needed a tremendous amount of
this view is going to
velocity to get out.
Flap does. And then the other one we had a little bit earlier is looking at one of the other forward flaps on the other side. Eventually, we're going to keep adding more cameras to Starship, get a couple of different views from the outside of all the different areas, and then also eventually to be able to see payloads once they're deployed. So a lot more exciting stuff coming up in the future. But right now we're getting closer to reentry. We're going to be moving at hypersonic speeds at more than 5 times the speed of sound. We're going to see that plasma start to build. So, Kate, Jesse, excitement coming up.
Yeah, as you can see with that view on your screen, again, high def brought to us by Starlink. We can see the plasma beginning to build as the ship is getting closer to the Earth's atmosphere. Now, let's talk a little bit about how Starship will survive re-entry, hopefully, and control itself.
Exactly. We've been talking about this entire flight test. There's 18,000
Plasma.
hexagonal ceramic tiles surrounding the bottom portion or the Earth-facing side of the ship.
Through 100 kilometers altitude, good attitude for entry.
Great call outs there. Now, during atmospheric reentry, the vehicle is going to see temperatures as high as 2,600 degrees.
And the only
Fahrenheit,
reason they
or
can
over
see this is
1,400
because of the
degrees
Starlink
Celsius.
system.
So those tiles are there to help protect the vehicle from this extreme heat.
Yeah, and the flaps will help control it. Now, one noticeable difference I see immediately, those flaps are not moving as much as they were on Flight 3. So that is a great sign, right? We had unplanned loss of roll control on Flight 3, so we added some additional thrusters, and we can see that they're working well, and we have a much more stable view. So those flaps, there's 4 of them, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. They're made out of stainless steel. And yeah, they help steer the ship, which, as we can see, the plasma continuing to build. Now, if the ship survives re-entry, it will have to perform a flip maneuver as well as a landing burn. We saw this demonstrated in a couple of high-altitude flight tests back in like 2020, 2021. Similarly,
temperatures increasing on the nose within expected ranges.
Great news there. It sounds like the temperatures that we are getting during this point, which again, we usually don't get during spaceflight because of this plasma. We're getting this live. This is a great news. So similarly to, for example, the serial number 10 test that we saw a couple years ago, we're hoping to duplicate that again today. Hopefully we will see it live. And basically the 3 center engines of the ship will reignite and gimbal or point to help flip the ship until those engines are pointing down so that it can land vertically using Raptor's thrust.
And as you can see, even from the beginning of the program,
we didn't have a system like Starlink back then.
Humans to help out. We also want rapid reusability, so we're doing...
The vehicle is passing through 85 kilometers altitude. The flaps have control of the vehicle.
Great news. Flaps have control of the vehicle. That's exactly what we want to hear for this flight test.
Yeah.
Again, we are going to be doing a propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And we are expecting re-entry to begin here in just about a minute.
Wow.
Re-entry, an awesome view that we have here.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
This is the same view that we had when we first returned from the coast phase. Again, this is looking at the side of one of the flaps. It's incredible that literally at the bottom of this picture, we're basically looking through plasma, which is just absolutely mind-blowing.
Wild, very wild. Now we are expecting entry to begin here in about 30 seconds or so. Entry to splashdown is expected to last about 6 minutes long.
Majoris.
And that flip maneuver should occur around about 10 minutes before splashdown. And such incredible views that we're getting.
Approaching peak heating region.
Great call outs there.
Yeah, these views are absolutely astounding.
Nose temperatures continue to rise within expected region.
And in your bottom right-hand corner, you can also follow along with the altitude of ship as it's returning back to Earth.
So once again, this view is basically looking down into the plasma blanket that is building up around the exterior of Starship. It is traveling, as you can see on your screen. You can look in the bottom right-hand corner and see how fast it's going, how high it is, as well as the general orientation. Again, we're seeing a lot more stability, a lot more control here on this flight, which is great. It shows that the iterations, the learning...
Starship is now in expected peak heating region.
All right, great news there, telling us that this is basically the hottest point that Starship should get during its re-entry. Now, the heat shield is working with the atmosphere for some like free braking, okay? The atmosphere is helping to slow the Starship down.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using any engines or thrust to slow the vehicle down. Exactly what Kate mentioned. We're just using the atmosphere and those heat shield tiles protecting the vehicle as it's coming through that high heat temperature.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those moments that we have been waiting for. Right now, the ship
Looks
is
like it's
currently
passing through
re-entering
clouds.
the Earth's atmosphere, and by all looks and all callouts that we're hearing on the net, it is doing pretty well. Now, we do not plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
Cooling plasma then, because it's
Just
becoming,
pausing to just
it looks like
take
it's
in
condensing into
this
a cloud.
incredible new and different view that we're seeing. We did get a similar view in Flight 3, but again, the
you're right.
vehicle did lose a little bit of its control, attitude control, and this is a very stable view. This is great. This is exactly what we want, and we are hearing that we're getting expected call-outs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Starship is seeing half a G of acceleration, remains on a good entry trajectory.
You know, it's incredible to look
Could
at
be.
this photo and wonder, wait, is it real? Is it frozen? You know, we can see so I was just going to say
Those temperatures have stopped increasing.
Oh, that is great news. The temperature is no longer building. But I was saying, like, we have a little bit of indication there. We can see that streaking that occurs and tells us that this is indeed a true view. So once again, we are looking basically through the plasma that is building up around the exterior of the ship.
And I still cannot get over that we are getting a live view of re-entry right now, live on your screen. Again, we've said this over and over, but all thanks to Starlink. We are able to use Starlink in space, which we're getting this incredible data. And not only just the data from the sensors, but getting live imagery of what is actually happening, which is great, which we've never been able to do live before.
Right. Now, just a quick
and you can get Starlink from starlink.com. Order now.
Let's see. At T plus about 1 hour and 2 minutes, we should hear a call out for entry transonic. That means that the ship is going.
If they needed an ad, this would be a perfect thing to do.
About a minute after that, we'll hear another call out saying entry subsonic, meaning that the ship is going below the speed of sound. So these are all continued indications that the atmosphere, right, as the ship comes back down, it is getting through the more dense part of the atmosphere, and that atmosphere is helping to push against the vehicle, and those heat shields are protecting the vehicle during this high heat period.
Yeah, Kate and Jesse, we're starting to see as the atmosphere gets denser, you're starting to see a few more particles make an appearance in the plasma there. You can see
exactly,
Morgan, down at the aft end of the ship.
Exactly.
Left, and
rapid,
essentially the flame
unplanned disassembly. RUD.
You've been hearing the call-outs. They're tracking things like temperatures in the nose cone, and those were right where we modeled them to be, which is really cool to see and to see in real time. But we're coming up, we're at about 67 kilometers in altitude. Our last signal with the ship on Flight 3 was at 65, so we should be making it past that point shortly. Obviously, as you guys pointed out, we're in a much better control this time as we re-entered in the right attitude, and our flaps have been steering the way so far. Once we get through transonic, that's when you've got essentially
Raptor landing bird.
Different areas around the vehicle.
They're getting ready for the flip.
The air is either moving faster or slower than the speed of sound. We'll eventually get to subsonic, which we have some experience with. We did in our suborbital campaign. And Starship will eventually get down to its terminal velocity as it's floating down to the water. That's just about 200 miles an hour or so. We are hearing that we're starting to chill some of the engines as we are, if we make it all the way down to the water, still going to attempt a landing burn, but still a ways to go. We're at about 64 kilometers in altitude right now. We made it through what's expected to be the peak heating, but now we're going to start encountering increased pressures as the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker. So we're at 63 kilometers, so we've already made it farther than we did on our last flight when that last signal was coming at 65 kilometers.
You know,
So
NASA's
again,
got to
what-
be
what
feeling
we're
a
really
lot of
looking
pressure
at
with
here is
this.
the performance of the heat shield, of the flaps, of the seals in the flaps. There's just a whole bunch of different areas that we're keeping a really close eye on as we re-enter.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
And looking like we're still on a good trajectory. If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain the attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters. And I mean, not just camera views, but we've got sensors inside the ship. We've got those sensors down at the very aft end of the vehicle where we pointed out we had some intentionally missing tiles, where we've got some sensors looking at just how hot it's getting around there. We intentionally put those in essentially the least critical part of the heat shield, where if you had any kind of a breach, it wouldn't be great for reusability, but wouldn't be critical for actual making it through the reentry into the landing. "58 kilometers, we're continuing to descend. Again, right now we are over the Indian Ocean. We're actually getting closer and closer to that expected splashdown point, which is just to the off the northwest corner of Australia.
Texas to Australia in 45 minutes.
And if you keep an eye on our speed, the speed is dropping. We're hitting the thicker part of the atmosphere now. The speed's going to start dropping precipitously. We're going to start getting to transonic pretty soon, and then after that we'll get into subsonic, where we're moving less than the speed of sound. But wow, what a light show so far.
External temperatures are starting to come down.
Again, this camera view is looking right at one of the forward flaps. And we're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas that...
They lost a flap.
Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is wild to see this, but the ship is still coming down, which is incredible to see.
They won't be able to flip it if they don't have the...
That is the question.
Keep your eye on the altitude in the bottom right-hand corner. We're at 54 kilometers right now.
Now, ultimately, the data is the payload today. We've been saying it multiple times. Our teams are sitting, reviewing this data live, learning where the hot spots are. As you can see, there's an obvious hot spot there with the flap, and learning how we can improve this design. The goal was to get as far through this high heat re-entry as possible. Ideally, we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test, and we are gathering as much data as possible, visual data as well.
You can bet they've got sensors that they're using.
Debris covering the camera on your screen, but we can still see some of those sparks and flames from that high heat as ship is making its way back down to Earth.
Folks, if you don't want to miss this,
50 kilometers.
let me give you a link.
The good news is we still got...
Because we're about to drop an ad.
Lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning how to improve the ship for total survival and recovery of the high heat reentry.
I'm honestly impressed that we're still getting this live view despite how much debris is coming off of this flap right now.
The fact that we've got it is good news. And I may have jinxed it. I apologize. Look at that. It's back.
We are still going.
And the teams here at SpaceX are excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us. There's still a sizable crowd here at Mission Control Center Hawthorne.
A splashdown is expected in just about 4 minutes from now. And we're still moving. We still have live views. Starlink is doing an incredible job.
Maximum entry dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping.
Okay, good news. Those external pressures are dropping. The question is, how much of the ship is left? We can't really tell. We can still see some of that particulate coming off. And unfortunately, we do have a cracked camera lens. But for any photographers out there and videographers, we know that's part of the gig sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see that the speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really great news for us. We want the vehicle to be slowing down before it splashes down into the ocean. That'll help set us up for that flip maneuver, engines first down into the water.
Exactly. So we have seen this flip maneuver demonstrated on previous high altitude flight tests like serial number 8. Oh, more views. Or I should say, more light coming through the view that we have through that cracked and dirtied lens there. But yeah, so we're hoping that this flip maneuver, that we can pull it off as soon as we get those views back. If we can get them, if the ship is still around, we will bring it back to you.
Vehicle has passed maximum dynamic pressure.
They're still getting data.
Maximum dynamic pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure. Speed still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean. Just like Flight 3, we are targeting a splashdown in the water in the Indian Ocean.
And we don't have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry, that does tell us that ship is still doing okay, at least.
Still moving.
And there we got that live view back.
Welcome back, folks.
The crowd very excited to see that view, despite not being able to see very much.
The fact that it's there tells us the ship is still alive.
Yes, and collecting data, continuing to collect data as we get closer and closer to Earth.
Yes, now 30 kilometers, now 29 above the Indian
Starship is
Ocean.
at 30 kilometers altitude, Mach 2.
Sounds like the vehicle's traveling, as we just heard, Mach 2, which is, looks like we might, I thought maybe it might clear up. It is a little bit, now at T+1 hour, 3 minutes and 13 seconds into Starship Flight 4, hoping that the ship can hang on. It's probably potentially hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads. But
yeah, when they lost that front fin.
That deceleration is looking incredible.
That's their
to go
controller.
under 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Starship is at 20 kilometers altitude.
Now, keep in mind that even though we can't see anything, the data itself is what we really are.
Starship is subsonic.
Subsonic, they're telling us it's traveling below the speed of sound. That movement means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something. This is a nail biter. But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the lens, but we're still getting the feed. Starship is now 11 kilometers over the ocean. All this data is incredibly important, even if, it breaks up right now. Okay, we can see that flap actuating.
Boy, the flap is still attached. How is that possible?
Starship is passing through 10 kilometers altitude.
Okay, the next milestone will be initiation of the flip maneuver and landing burn. Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of your screen for those 3 center engines to relight. They will gimbal or angle so that the ship flips itself back up vertical and hopefully lands in a vertical position.
And the crowd is very excited to get this view of that flap still
Starship
maneuvering.
is passing through 5 kilometers altitude.
No kidding. Stop tryharding.
This is incredible. We're getting very close to splashdown.
These fireflies are such a good sign of life right now. We wish we could see more, but we'll take it.
Starship is at 2 kilometers altitude, terminal velocity.
Landing burn startup for Starship.
All right, good news there.
They did it.
Nominal chamber pressure.
Landing burn startup.
Starship is in landing burn.
Landing burn shutdown.
The landing burn shutdown was commanded. Wow. I
Absolutely
mean,
stop trying.
It was a little
Harding.
bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually see, but we were able to hear the ship did its landing burn. It sounded
Starship
like we
landing
might have
burn
got
shutdown.
2 engines. And there's the final call for landing burn shutdown, but we'll go back through all the data, but we did get confirmation.
Absolutely amazing. What a show. Absolutely, Nekas. What a time to be alive. Hey, Sundog. Yes, you did. It has been an incredible hour and 15 minutes. Thank you, Sinef. Yeah, who could have guessed that it would continue operating after all that damage? Hey, Esdian. Esdian, I just ordered a new set of tires for my vehicle. All $1,200 of it. Thank God it's once every 3 or 4 years. Good for you, Dark Thought. Good for you. I use a VKB stick. They didn't have a throttle back when I bought it. And I got a Virpil throttle.
Sierra, India, Sierra, please submit a request to Starcom before docking and enjoy your stay, Commander. Request approved. You are cleared on pad 4-5.
Yeah, if I didn't already have the Virpil, I would look at the stacks.
Welcome to the stream. Comstar now has all of your personal information.
And ST63 EVI, thank you for the follow. Is that Stevie63? I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but thank you for the follow.
Touchdown successful. Ground crew dispatched.
Good for you, Dark Tot. That's a lot of work. I knew there was something I had forgotten earlier. I thought Gamma was awfully quiet. Sorry to hear that, Dark Thought. I wish I had something I could share with you. But, as I mentioned earlier, things are tough in this system right now. I don't know if Enterprise has an SCO drive. If she doesn't, I need to fix that. Sundog, the Type 8 that has not yet come out. We've seen a video on it, and it looks pretty, but we don't know much about it yet. No, they announced that just last Wednesday. Okay, after I get the cargo I need to get, We're going to go see Elvira get the experimental on this drive.
Landing coupler deactivated. Exit is clear.
Incoming mission critical message.
Skybird, how do you come up with that stuff? I'm afraid to ask because it might mutate to others.
4, 3, 2, 1. Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Just a little bit.
The mechs are on the field, which means it's game time.
ARQ, welcome. How was Call of Duty today? And thank you for bringing over your folks.
Under attack. Warning, thermal attack. Gaining heat.
Spiders are far too powerful. There's no way I should have lost my shields.
Incoming mission critical message.
No, I don't have any. Okay.
Four, three, two, one.
DRQ. Thanks again for bringing over, folks. No, I needed to manage my shields better. That was my fault as much as anything, but I should have used that shield cell before I did, or before I lost it.
Shields online. Heatsink deployed.
Because I was so busy trying to take that guy down. I got lost. I should have hit... I should have done it serially. As soon as my shields got down to 20%, I should have been using those shield cell banks earlier. Like I said, it was my fault. Indeed, Dark Thought. Indeed. Yeah, I've got at least 2 missions with people against me, if not more.
Gutamaya Echo November Tango. Submit a request before docking and enjoy your visit, Commander. Access granted. Set down on landing pad 1-1.
Nico, we've got the Anaconda, the Type 10, Federal Corvette, and the Cutter. Well, that's good to hear. I will check that out in just a moment.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
And I appreciate you doing so, Phoenix.
For departure.
Interesting. So, the CG is running medical equipment and taking down pirates in the De Camina system, which I think is a setup to Power Play 2.0. Yes, it was, Marcus. Very intense and very successful. So, yay.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
You know what? Heck with this. Type 10 and 2 Anacondas? Forget it. I can't deal with that. Not with this ship. Maybe not even with my Corvette. Oh, no, once I get in, I'll be fine. Like I said, I can take them one at a time. Even two, but when it gets to three, that's a bit too much. But I appreciate the offer. Sorry, Moreland. I've tried 3 different types of Velcro and none of them have worked. None of them have had the stick-to-itness that they need. Not sure what else to try. I'm not gluing it to it, that's for sure.
Access granted. Make your way to landing pad 17. Touchdown.
Yep. Seddon is in 78, and my normal stomping grounds are about 3 jumps away. The system, if you want to head over there, Lepardo, is called Selknam. SELK apostrophe NAM.
Contact confirmation. Pad restraints engaged.
Turn in our cargo.
Incoming message.
Yeah, I'm not getting money, but I'm getting materials, and good materials too. I'll take that. Because as we all know, or if you're new to the game you don't know, the most important currency in the game are engineering materials. Little Dave, thanks for being here as long as you have been. Have a great night. Thank you for being here. Okay, off to see Elvira. First, yeah, that's always the challenge. It was time for me to get a new laptop, and I may have splurged a little bit. Thankfully, I get funds to purchase new office equipment. I put put a 4 terabyte drive on the one I ordered. Moreland, things are going very well. Thank you for asking. Had a couple of rough weeks, but things are going well now. I'll tell you, getting a full night's sleep like I did last night makes everything look better.
Scan detected.
You know, Leo, I never, as a younger man, I thought I could go without sleep. But now, at my current level of life, I have to agree, sleep is the key. I mean, I can function, and I was functioning without much sleep. But I feel so much better now than I did this same time yesterday.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ouch. Good. Good. I hope they aren't fighting with you about it.
Fuel scooping.
Man, when I had to do workman's comp, I had to fight I had to justify everything before they would accept it. When I took them the myelogram that showed this huge herniated disc, they said, okay, You've got a legitimate claim. Thank you. I wasn't talking to you, Gamma. I am so sorry to hear that, Moreland. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that the back side of the experience is getting better. And some people need to learn that way. Unfortunately, you had to be the object lesson, and that's unfortunate. She does get spicy, doesn't she, Phoenix? Question? You're typing how? Because your typing is spot on. I don't know. I wouldn't want to touch anything after a certain amount of time. You're much better at it than I would be. Again, I'm so sorry that you're having to go through it. Well, hopefully they get you some OT to help out with the adjustments you're going to have to make after you get healed up. Because life's going to be a little different, as I'm sure you know, better than I do. That's a good thing. So, Esdian, I saw your comment on the fellow not realizing he could drive without your hand controls. I gotta ask, how do you get in the vehicle? Are you able to transfer from your chair to the vehicle? Just out of curiosity. You know, there are organizations out there, and one of them is called Special Effect, that might be able to help you in the short term. Gotcha, understood. Check something here real quick, folks. Nothing I need to deal with. Exactly, Dark Thought. Exactly. And I guess you just can't do anything with the hand that was injured until it's healed up. But still, there should be an interim that can help you. No, they provide. You don't buy anything, Moreland. They provide it to you. I'll look it up, and if they have an outfit here in the States, I'll send you a Discord message with their information. I just did a fundraiser for them. I know they're in the UK, but I don't know. I don't know if they have something similar in the States. Well, I'm glad he was able to do so, Asdian. And yeah, you know, Moreland, when I had my concussion back in January and couldn't wear my VR headset, I did something very similar. I ordered out a lot because I just didn't have the time, energy, or inclination to do anything but. Because I couldn't do my normal... I got done the work I needed to get done, but then when it came to be rest time, because I couldn't do what I normally do, I said, well, let me just get something to eat. Ouch and ouch. I've seen injuries like that in my years as a priest, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I did a little bit on the inside too, Dark Thought. But I've seen that, unfortunately. Far too often I've seen stuff like that. And worse, that I'm not going to go into.
Granted. Proceed to landing pad.
If he's still there, good for him. If he's still there, good for him. What was that old phrase Nietzsche said? Which I don't agree with 99% of Nietzsche, but he said something along the lines, if it does not kill us, it makes us stronger. There is a wisdom in that.
Landing operation complete. Commence system shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
I didn't know Elvira could do shield cell banks. I'm gonna have to remember that. Want any experimental, I can come here. What else does she do? Because that's a lot safer than going to Shin. Six jumps on the way out, 5 on the way back. Nice.
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure.
Hero flap, I like it. Yeah, I have to wonder what the difference was. Or if they both went through the same type of heating difficulties, but the other one they couldn't show or did not show. But the fact that they didn't lose video except for a couple of seconds during that whole thing is nothing short of a miracle. Their telemetry was spot on through the whole thing. Well, and with the amount of heat he was doing, was like he was sitting on a candlestick.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
It was earlier, Zandhand. It was earlier. I understand your sentiments there, Asdian. You know, I wonder if they're streaming that for Twitch or YouTube. I have to wonder what NASA saw in its viewership. Like when, you know, they had a certain viewership when they were on and SpaceX wasn't. Then SpaceX went live and everybody watched the Starship launch. Then they got some viewership back afterwards.
Fuel scooping complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
You're exactly right, Dark Thought. You are exactly right. As we were contemplating during the stream, we thought we'd be seeing a RUD. A rapid, unscheduled disassembly. But somehow they got it to come in. And somebody's going to have to figure out how to keep the cameras safe so they don't lose the
Fuel sync disengaged.
clarity of their views, because sometimes a visual can give you information that even the best sensors in the world can't give. Asdian, I'll leave you with these words in that regard. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Something I think all of us want to avoid. But again, I understand your sentiments, but best not contemplated. Because ultimately justice will be done. How and by whom, it's not for me to say, but justice will be done. Guybird, I just, how you come up with that stuff.
Guten Maya, Echo November Tango. Greetings, Commander. Please take care when entering this Alliance facility.
Okay. It's new to me.
Approval granted. Head directly to docking bay 25. Please restrict your speed while in and around this facility. Ship is down. Pack restraints engaged.
Let me check a couple things here, folks. I will be right back.
StarCon extends a warm welcome to new arrivals at this facility, and Godspeed to departures. StarCon here. We will be forced to respond to aggressive actions. For peace of mind, please stow ship weapons whilst inside the docking bay. This is a StarCon regulations reminder. Please do not obstruct the access corridor during arrival or departure.
Okay, folks, I need to call it a stream at this time. I'm going to send you over to Ninja Space Unicorn, who's currently doing Elite Dangerous. The raid message is coming up. Maybe copy that and drop it in her channel so she knows where you're coming from. I want to say thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks to those who hit the follow button, sub button, rated the channel, or just for being here. I hope to be back on tomorrow morning, so be looking for notifications from Twitch or Twitter. Again, thanks to all for being here, and until next time, peace.